Morning. We will now call to order the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Before we begin, Representative Marston, do you wish to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? At this time, we will now open the public hearing on House Bill 1027. This time I'll recognize Representative Baxter to introduce House Bill 1027.
Just let me know when you're ready.
The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Representative Abbas, for having me. I'm here to talk about my bill, HB 1027. We live in a world that has been widely impacted by COVID-19. Since February 2020, every person in the United States has been impacted by the virus, whether it be through infection directly, or infection of their loved ones, or through government impact on their lives in an attempt to stop the spread. For a significant amount of time, treatments and preventative measures have been well known to the general public. People are aware of the risks and dangers of the virus and have the freedom to make their own decisions in how to best mitigate those risks. Again, for almost 2 years, we've been living through this pandemic. Laws must be made through the regular legislative process. Unconstitutional vaccine mandates are coercing people into medical decisions right here in New Hampshire. One of the saddest things as a legislator has been calls from mothers who are in tears because they are choosing between taking a vaccine they don't believe in or putting food on the table for their child. Our healthcare workers that were hailed as heroes not that long ago are now sadly being fired if they don't take the vaccine. Again, right here in New Hampshire. People are asking, how are we standing up for our healthcare heroes? And let me be clear. Politicians and bureaucrats that violate our medical freedom by enforcing unconstitutional and unlawful mandates should go to prison. The legislative process is sacred. President Joe Biden is not a king, and the executive departments cannot subvert the legislative process when it is convenient. It is up to individual state legislatures and the United States Congress to enact legislation that impacts the citizens. Executive orders written by the current administration have given the authority to OSHA to require employees to force medical interventions on their employees. It is well within the authority of the General Court to protect its constituents from overreach of federal executive power. This bill aims to check the power of the federal government and to defend the people of our state from unconstitutional executive actions and decrees that encroach on their ability to conduct business freely. This bill protects the right of private businesses to make their own decisions in what they require of their employees and frees them from being shackled by executive overreach. We are at a tipping point. The rights of the people of the state of New Hampshire need to be safeguarded by this body. The federal government, through a grotesque amount of executive overreach, has overstepped its constitutional authority by directly disrupting the ability of the people of New Hampshire to conduct business as a free people. At this point, I'm happy to take any questions about HB 1027. Thank you.
Thank you. The representative is excused. Representative Wallace, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Baxter, do you have a copy of your prepared statement for the record?
I'd be happy to give you one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. You are excused. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Ukela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this bill states, the legislative process is a core process of our democracy. And a lot of people may think of treason as helping a foreign state. But in fact, not only is it helping a foreign state, but undermining the core of our actual state. And there are some people who wish to subvert that core aspect of the legislative process in our country. And that should be taken with the utmost of seriousness. The use of COVID-19 this far into a pandemic is not a legitimate claim of emergency. The claim of emergencies that go around our legislative process are used so that in a short amount of time that people can react to changing circumstance. But 2 years into a pandemic, the legislature has ample time to assess and respond legislatively. And so going around that legislative process is now unwarranted. And that is why uses of, whether it be the OSHA mandate or something that someone comes up tomorrow or the next day, claims of emergency and giving emergency power for new rules and laws that doesn't go through the normal hearing process and being heard by the general public and having a comment period and all of those normal things that a legislative process has, should be frowned upon. And anyone that passes such a rule or regulation should be held accountable. And anyone that enforces any such rule or regulation should be held accountable. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. You are excused.
Next, we call Russman Chester.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Thank you for hearing me today. The name is Russan, R-U-S-S-A-N. Last name's Chester. Born and bred in New Hampshire. Born here in Concord, New Hampshire. A long time ago. I used to be a very proud citizen of New Hampshire since becoming involved, because of COVID-19, that image has been tarnished a little bit. I became actively involved in this process in the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, and I was actually appalled with the way people are being discriminated against because of this pandemic, not only in our communities, but right here in our legislative body. This bill would hold those people responsible and accountable at every level, and it needs to be done. I was in a Senate hearing yesterday, and one of the senators who spoke, actually it might have been a representative hearing, but he said the bottom line is that we don't want to approve this because we want everyone vaccinated. That's not appropriate. That is not appropriate for someone to take that kind of a stand. He's representing the people of New Hampshire. Not everyone in New Hampshire wants this vaccine. Not everyone in New Hampshire believes in this vaccine. Not everyone in New Hampshire trusts our federal government or even our state government at this point. I'm here today to support this bill. It's a good start. I'm not a proponent for more laws. I like less laws. Unfortunately, I feel it's the responsibility of this legislative body to rise up against a tyrannical government that's at the federal level, and I feel that it's not a partisan issue. It is actually a state issue, and it's for the people of New Hampshire. And I hope you folks have the courage to support this bill. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You are excused. At this time, we will now adjourn the public hearing on HB 1027. The committee will be in recess to 9:25. At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1027. Does anyone wish to be recognized to make a motion? Representative Conley, you're recognized to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move ITL on HB 1027.
Representative O'Hearn, do you wish to second that motion?
I'll second it.
Do you wish to speak? Seeing no hands raised, at this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you're in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy. Representative Welch. Representative Burke. Representative Rhodes. Representative Green. Clerk votes yes. Representative Testament. Representative Leon. Representative Pratt. Representative Marston. Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Altschiller. Representative O'Hearn.
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais. Representative Sullivan. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Bolden. Representative Conley. Representative Klein Knight. Representative Bradley. Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays, 2 not voting.
The motion passes. Anyone wish to move for consent? On consent. At this time, we'll now close the executive session on House Bill 1027. Representative Marston?
Representative O'Hearn.
Representative Bourdonnais? No, but the microphones are live.
I'm wondering if we can exect any bills that are not on today's docket.
We can, and we're discussing the HB 1600, and I think that's what we're going to move with open right now.
I'm wondering because usually this is on a right to know that it's not on the calendar for today, so any bills that are not on the calendar, I'm not sure are eligible to be executed.
Actually, when everything's noticed, and I'll just read the notice. Executive session on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. So we are permitted to exec any bill that we've already had the public hearing on.
All right, thank you. Thanks for clarification.
Representative Newman, you are recognized. It's preferred that the microphone is on.
Yeah, I just, in your explanation, I just wanted to understand it so I understand process. It would be pending, that would include all previous bills that have not been, have a final vote, have not been exec, is that correct?
can you rephrase that? I kind of,
Yeah, there is a notice on the sheet, and it mentions pending legislation, and I'm just curious as to, that word, I believe, is the word that makes it able to be exact, because it includes all legislation that we have heard and have not exact on. Is that correct?
yes, and
Thank
this
you.
is exactly how we did it last year as well.
Yeah.
At this time, we will
I
now
was
open the
confused then.
executive session on House Bill 1600. Representative Roy, you wish to be recognized to make a motion.
I do, thank you. I would like to move ITL on HB 1600.
Does someone wish to second? Representative Marston? Representative Roy, you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, thank you. HB 1600 is relative to mandatory body cams during custodial interrogation. It conflicts with another piece of legislation that speaks to custodial interrogation that's currently before us. Also, it quite possibly is an unfunded mandate and is therefore unnecessary.
Seeing no hands raised, the matter will now be put to question. If you are in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch. Representative Burt. Representative Rhodes. Representative Green. Clerk votes yes. Representative Testament. Representative Leon. Representative Pratt. Representative Marston. Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Altschiller. Representative O'Hearn.
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais. Representative Sullivan. Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley. Representative Klein Knight. Representative Bradley. Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
16 yeas, 3 nays, 1 not voting.
I don't believe the clerk,
Oh,
the math is
I
incorrect.
stand corrected, yep, 17 yeas. My mistake.
By a vote of 17 yeas and 3 nays, the motion passes. Representative O'Hearn?
I have a question for the chair. Is it going to be the practice today that we activate our mics when we're voting also?
It is preferred that if you are speaking, whether you're voting or just recognized to speak, that you turn your microphone on and then immediately thereafter turn it off. I guess, from what I understand, only 4 microphones can be on at a time when the red light's on. But when your microphone is off, there's a speaker that will actually allow audio for you to hear the microphone as well. Also, and I've received this criticism a lot, that when the microphone's on, the papers actually, for the people watching at home, are it's very distracting. So if anyone sees a mic on, I can turn them all off, but also turns off the witness one. So it was seconded by Representative Marston. Will there be a minority report? Any objection to consent? Does anyone wish to move for consent? Is there an objection to consent? Objection noted. Not on consent. At this time, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 1600. Representative Newman, you had a question? committee will be in recess until 9:45.
Good, you? Not too bad. Bring a pen with it? No.
Okay, it being 9:45, committee will now open the public hearing on HB 1025, and we recognize Representative Abbas to introduce the bill on behalf of Representative Baldassaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Darrell Abbas, I represent Rockingham District 8. The sponsor of the bill, I know couldn't be here today, and he's actually traveling. So, but in speaking with the sponsor in discussion of this bill, it's his understanding that a lot of the intent of this bill is actually already existing law, and therefore, I mean, there's no process for him to withdraw it, but he is withdrawing his support for it or the need for the bill. So I'm introducing it and supporting it simply to introduce it, but I would encourage an expedient to legislate at the request of the prime sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll defer any questions to the executive session.
Thank you. Yeah, but that's his, just for him. Yeah, yeah. No. Oh, they're signing in to speak. Nobody signed up? Is there anyone else wishing to speak on HB 1025? There being no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1025. Wow. Is there anyone? Wait a minute.
At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1025 relative to provoking or harassing law enforcement officers. Does anyone wish to be recognized to make a motion? Representative Gathright. Is there a second? Second by Representative Conley. Do you wish to speak to your motion? At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you're in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you're opposed, please say nay.
Vice Chairman Roy,
Yes.
Representative Welch, Representative Burt, Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Green,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman. Representative Leon,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Marston,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright, Representative Altshuler,
Yes.
Representative O'Hearn,
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Bolden,
Yes.
Representative Conley,
Yes.
Representative Klein Knight, Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays, 1 not voting. to 0.
Shouldn't it be 21 members of the, it's 21 members of the committee. So it's
Yeah.
two not
Yeah, 2
voting.
not voting, yeah, Burt and Klein Knight.
Representative Roy moves for consent. Consent. Will there be a majority report? This will now close the public hearing, the executive session on House Bill 1025. At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1414. This time I recognize Representative Roy to make a motion.
I'd like to move inexpedient to legislate HB 1414.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Welch. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do. During public testimony on this bill, we heard from both the state police and the bill sponsors. The state police, while they admit the capability is there, they were reticent to put that onus on the officers to determine a person's race. And they also, including the sponsor, agreed that it would put the police in an awkward position to have to inquire as to race. And we, the sponsor included, agreed that the proper solution would be to make it available on the driver's license for someone to self-identify their race, should they be so inclined. That would further the purpose of the bill by getting accurate information on which to base future legislation. At best, having an officer guess as to the race of someone they pull over is going to lead to inaccurate information and possibly complications and confrontations that are unnecessary on the roadside. Thank you.
Representative Newman?
We're now discussing the bill, is that correct? We're in executive session discussing the bill. I want to make sure.
Yes,
I'm
and
doing properly.
the
Thank you
question,
very much.
open questions, inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Although everything that the vice chair said is absolutely true, I believe it's not the best solution because we don't have it on the driver's license now. I think we heard in the testimony that a lot of this information about race and ethnicity is currently required to be reported. And the officers don't really guess at it. In the briefing that I attended over at the over on Hazen Drive, they do have to report it, and they don't guess, and they don't make a judgment. They ask the person that has been arrested what their race and ethnicity is. They report it in a system that has drop-down menus. And I asked when the testimony was given that we be given a copy of the drop-down menus in order that people could see and understand what is available, how it's reported, and whether it should be actually part of this report. And I think that since that information is already reported, people don't guess, people actually do what they said they did in that briefing, that for transparency, since that information is available, it could be included in the report that is required by this bill. And so for that reason, I will not support the ITL motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would add briefly that while I also agree with much of what the Vice Chairman had said, there is a solution to that, which we just heard, that we now cannot pursue because the bill is intended for ITL. So given that we have identified a solution, would it not be better to shelve this motion, come back with an amendment to put this information on the license, and then advance the bill that way?
If I may understand, are you, the representative, are you suggesting that you would support an amendment putting an individual's race on a driver's license?
Mr. Chairman, this question has come before the committee many times over the years, twice that I can think of in the last two, and we cannot seem to find a way to get this data. And if that is the only hurdle to allowing our state agencies to collect this data, then no, I would have no problem with that.
Well, I'm just trying to, I'm going to let everyone continue to speak, and I don't Representative Testman?
I'm all for collecting data on what we need, but I'm trying to understand why we need this data and what we're going to do with it. Because if we're just going to collect it and not use it, I see no purpose in collecting it. Does anybody have a reason for collecting this?
Representative Newman, you wish to respond?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. For some reason, the state police collects that information. I have not had time to research the law to find out why, but the court system requires that information, or some entity in the government requires that information. I don't know what they use it for, but since it's available, it would be also something that they could reference when they get the opportunity to make further reports that we've seen before this committee before, so that they could accurately put that information in any report that's required in the future, and it would be just as accurate as it is now for the current use. Thank you.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Representative Newman that the information is collected, but there's a distinction. It's currently collected during arrest as part of the booking procedure, and that information is required by the FBI, and they use it to compile various statistics and things of this nature that they put out every year with crime statistics. I think there is value in capturing the race as well as other biographical or information on the people, but we have to do it in a proper manner. And if we do it roadside versus as is already done during arrest, it can lead to problems. For example, as part of the citation, the officer says, "Could you please identify your race?" "Well, I'm African American." "Okay, here's your ticket." It's going to lead to confrontations that are unnecessary. I also agree with Representative Conley that we should, in fact, have a bill that enables people, not mandates, enables people to self-identify their race on the driver's license. However, such a bill would not be in this committee. It would go to transportation. It would require a new bill. So I think the best thing to do is to do it right, start from scratch. But I do agree that there is value in capturing the information. So for that reason, I'm going to stay with my original motion of ITL.
Representative Newman, you wish to speak?
Thank you. And I agree with that. And the officers that gave the briefing that we saw went to great lengths that they did not want to get the information roadside. And I agree with that 100%. Where I disagree with that is we get that information. I don't know what improvements could be made to the drop-down menu that they use now, but maybe in result of legislation like this, they might redo their menus. But for right now, they do it with arrests, and it is accurate enough for the FBI. And all I'm saying is that is wrong by ITLing this bill is that we have a place where they get information. The information is collected and sent to the FBI. So we have that information available that is suitable for the FBI needs. And I just believe if we have that information, there's no reason why we could not use it if we were going to require a report here, like is requested in the bill, and do it that way. I just hate to see that information going to waste because we've just done it over and over, year after year, and this would be another year and another year. Thank you.
Representative Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And quickly, one final point I'll make as we move toward what appears to be a vote is the trooper who addressed this committee indicated that this data would be extremely useful and go far beyond what the state police already produces. So again, we have a tool that we could use. By using that tool and putting it on the license, transportation would have the ability to review this bill It's a second committee. There's ample time in the session. So rather than wait another year, I would ask that we maybe take action now, and we have that opportunity. Thank you.
If I just may inquire, and this is an open question. If this report is made by the state police, what is the next step once you have the report? What is the next step?
Mr. Chairman, the challenge that we have tried to address, and I think members of both parties in good faith, is getting a better sense of the demographic data of people who have interactions with police. The struggle that we have repeatedly come up against is the inability to gather that data, because we keep encountering this question of the inability to put police in the position, or the concern of putting police in the position of making guesses. And that's a valid concern. But the point I'm trying to make is we have a way of having an official document that would contain this data. How that data is then used is unanswerable at the moment, but it provides information that we don't currently have, and members of both parties have indicated they want.
So if there's an interest to gather data to investigate with different races and how often they have interactions with law enforcement, gathering the data is one thing. But what does that actually do to mitigate or prevent racial profiling? I'm just saying, you're trying to identify a problem, but to me, it's not, that shouldn't be a matter of degree, because once is one too many in my mind. I think for us, we should still be trying to prevent that as much as possible, and we would reject that. Just gathering the data to me just seems to be, I mean, is there a line? I don't think there's a line in the sand that we would draw and say this is acceptable, this is not. I think one time is unacceptable. So what does the data do, is I guess the question.
Well, the data tells us who is having interactions with police. And what I would fully expect, given the law enforcement we've encountered in this committee, and many of us know in our community, is that there is not a widespread problem in our state. But I think we don't know until we get the data. And what would be tremendous is to see the data and not see any sort of disparity, and to sort of put this issue to bed. But how would we know until we have the data? It's the circular situation we keep running up against.
I understand the point, but what I'm saying is, even if the data suggests it's not an happening, overwhelmingly or frequent, if it's still happening, that we should be identifying, trying to prevent it from happening anytime. So I guess my point is, what is the data going to change anything that's being done already by law enforcement? And I would say that.
I would think so. Well, I raised my hand three times. You didn't see me.
No, Representative Gathright, I always try to encourage healthy conversations, and I hope my friend from Dover here thinks we're having one. But I just looked at this side of the room, and I apologize. There was 4 hands raised, and I do apologize.
And I think
But
his hand is up too.
I would gladly defer to the ranking member.
But that's the point that I was trying to make. Representative Harry Gathright, you were
I just wanted to add to that. You asked what's going to happen with that data. It might mean that there's more training that's available for policemen. You know, it's up to them how they fix that. But when I look at racial profiling, which is real and live today, and everyone knows that. So what do the policemen have to do to correct that situation? Because the data is going to show it. And we already have data from them that shows it. And I think when we first had this bill, I don't have my paperwork with me, I literally had a document that was printed, and it gave the data for different towns in terms of racial profiling. It was Nashua, it was Portsmouth, it was Manchester, and I think it was Amherst, it was several. So it happens. And I do know that it's become an issue, a training issue as well, and a disciplinary issue. So I just think that we need more data. We're not getting enough of that data. And furthermore, I thought the bill was a very good bill, except that section there where they said they couldn't, they did say they could not tell if someone was late. It was something. And that's what I thought needed to be carved out of there, because they said they had nothing to do with the number of citations, paid late, that type of information. Remember, that was in the bill? And when I visited, when we went over to visit, okay, it was, I forget his name, I think it was Vetter, V-E-T-T-E-R, I think it was. And when we went over to visit, they actually said that, or they have guest race, depending on what the situation is, okay? And he literally sat there and said, it does happen. They don't want to, but given what that circumstance might have been when they stopped that person, and maybe they had a feeling that something was not quite right, then they've actually checked it off.
Representative Welch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think overall, this is a bill presents a solution in search of a problem. I'll support the ITL.
Representative Klein Knight?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, wouldn't the data prove whether or not people are being racially profiled? The concern is that I hear your concern about having this as a necessary precaution would further the act of racial profiling, but that would just prove if it is happening or if it is not happening.
I understand the point. I think the message or the question I was putting out there is that I don't believe anyone is saying that racial profiling never happens.
Yeah, he just said that.
But saying it never happens, I don't think that that's something anyone's putting out there. What I'm saying is, if having a report telling you how often it happens doesn't do anything to prevent it from happening. And I understand what Representative Harry Garfield was saying, that the police, if they see a report, maybe they would adjust their training to try to identify ways to prevent it from happening that often. But I would support that type of additional training, whether it's happening often or not. The idea is we want to prevent it from happening. I don't think the report is necessary for us to try to prevent it from happening. That's the point that I'm making. You may.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect, that's the main argument that we've seen every year, is the reason not to do something about it is because there's no verifiable proof. So we're going in circles here.
Well, I told you what I would support, so. And then it's been recorded. Representative O'Hearn?
I guess I have just a question, maybe somebody can answer this. This only affects state police. So I understand that, you know, what some of the representatives are looking to get information, but it's going to be limited information, is it not, just from the state police, not from the towns and the other municipalities?
It wouldn't be a full picture, it would just be state police. Representative Bourdonnais?
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's a point of order.
Are you making a point of order?
Yes, I am.
You're recognized for your point of order.
Representative Klein Knight, as she was speaking, was not speaking to a mic, and this is a matter of an audience greater than in this room, and I think they would like to hear what all the reps that are going to be talking have to say, and without a mic, she is silent.
There is, first of all, there is no rule that I'm aware of that says you have to turn your microphone on, but you should turn your microphone on. Seeing where the representative is sitting, there is no microphone at that seat. So I understand. We will try to accommodate this, but we are in the middle of an executive session. So having people move in the middle of the session is not something that I would encourage. Representative Altschuler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to answer a question that you had posed earlier. What would we even do with the data? And just to clarify, for you and for the committee that the Department of Justice gave out $537 million in law enforcement professional training grants. And so there's a breakdown of all these grants, and a quick search of DOJ-sponsored grants for law enforcement trainings actually require this kind of data. So we'll be free to pursue grant funding, which we do with frequency in our law enforcement for training purposes. But without this data, our applications become exceptionally weak, and we will get bumped to the bottom of the line for getting this kind of grant training funding. So that's one reason to collect this data, is that we in the state of New Hampshire rely heavily on getting grants that we either meet at halfway, where we put in half and the federal government puts in half, or in a lot of cases, the federal government puts in more than 2/3, and then we pony up the other third. But without that data, we're faced to either make a choice of not doing certain trainings, not having those trainings available to us, or paying full freight, and we can't afford that. So collecting data, as anyone who works in a nonprofit or a government agency knows, that's the key to getting matching funding through the federal government. Thank you.
If I can inquire, was there any information presented to the committee that suggested that the state, whether local or even the state police, were not getting or being denied grants or funding from the federal government because of the lack of report? And I'm asking, I wasn't here for the public hearing myself, so that's why I'm asking. If anyone can address that.
No, I can't, but we've discussed a lot of things that were not part of the testimony. Thank you.
I'd like to, I was watching this public testimony prior, and no, that was not presented from anyone at the desk. But I will tell you from my perspective and from my experience with my own local law enforcement and our county law enforcement, if you don't have all the information, it's not worth the time and effort to apply for those grants. And you end up leaving potential money on the table for your county, leaving money on the table for your municipality, and we could be leaving money on the table for our state police. So saying that, well, have we ever been denied? Are we even applying? Because, why put an application in that you can't finish? So let's give our state police more data. Let's give our state more data, and let's see what we can do with that and make something useful of it.
If I may inquire, would the representative support an amendment that would put individuals' race on the driver's license?
At this time, I would support tabling this motion so that an appropriate amendment can be crafted that I believe the prime sponsor had reached out to members of this committee to do.
But if the amendment included that, putting race on the driver's license, because I know that that's been discussed in the past and it's been a animated discussion. So I understand why you might go that direction. I'm just wondering if that's something that would be supported.
Is that for me?
Yes.
So if that is supported by the prime sponsor, and I believe the prime sponsor had conversations with other people on this committee, I would support withdrawing the motion to ITL so that an amendment and a better motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
And the only reason I want to speak again is because there were 3 of us that actually had a briefing on this from the state police. And I think that the information that exists, that is only taken when someone is arrested, showed how poor the input mechanism is in the software to be able to check those. It's other or not. I don't remember exactly what they are, but they were insufficient. And I think having that data that is already collected in a proper manner and is available, if that could be included in a report, that report would then be something that could be used in a lot of different places, as has been already testified to help not only get it on the license plate because people would understand what the issues are with that, it would just also help to inform other localities that might be able to use whatever funds are available to improve their training based upon whatever that information showed as a conclusion as to what is going on when when people interact with the police. Thank you.
Representative Bourdais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we can acknowledge that race is a controversial item for this particular bill. Other items in the data that was being gathered is also not available for law enforcement at that time. For example, the number of citations issued, the number of citations paid late, and et cetera. Those are not available to the agency. And for that reason, and that reason alone, I would suggest that we ITL this bill. Thank you.
Representative Klein-Knight?
Thank you, Chair. I can't speak for all of my colleagues, but I would support an amendment that includes race identification markers, but also prefer not to disclose.
I think based on the conversations we've had and everyone's had a chance to speak, I think what we can do is we'll move the question and then we'll go from there. And so at this time, the matter will now be At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you were in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you were opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright. No. Representative Altschiller.
No.
Representative O'Hearn.
Yes.
Representative Bourdais.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley.
No.
Representative Klein-Knight.
No.
Representative Bradley.
No.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays, and 1 not voting.
There'll be a minority report. There's a lot of authority.
So, Welch.
Which brave soul wants to challenge Representative Conley with the majority report? Representative Roy? Make sure it's good. At this time, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 1414. committee will be in recess till 10:30. this time, we'll now open the public hearing on House Bill 1117.
And we'll recognize Representative Manny Espitia.
Representative, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, committee. My name is Representative Manny Espitia. I bring before y'all HB 1117, basically a bill to that would increase the
My apologies to the
No,
witness.
you're
I
fine.
turned
You're
your mic
fine.
off.
Sorry about that. Basically, this bill came out of what happened to me in what is it now? Like 2020? Was it last year even? I don't even remember. In May of last year, with in my city of Nashua, in my community, we had the defacement of public property. We had on the National Rail Trail, which is a very actually it was last year. Sorry. This is a pathway that most of my constituents walk through. It's in the middle of my district, and there was defacement by this neo-Nazi group that basically put swastikas. They put up this Make New England White, and it's just incredibly threatening to a population of people that most of my have a pretty large Latino district. I think the largest in the state, and also anti-Semitic, like I said, so hurting the folks who are also of that faith who live in that area. So this bill would aim to target things like this, where the public place, a place that many constituents walk through, many constituents get to see, it would basically make it so that if somebody were to do things like this, that law enforcement could get involved and could actually do something to actually try to get folks like this. It would also add issues around discrimination for our that target certain groups. These groups have been, I put this list of folks together from some of the, from the language that was recently added into our budget from last year. So, I think nobody deserves to live in fear. Nobody should be worried about, whether they're taking their dog out for a walk, whether they're, going out to downtown to grab a drink with a friend, on their way out there to feel like their life is being threatened, feel like that their faith is being threatened. So, I put this bill out there, and then the other reason was because after I called this public defacement out, the group went after myself, and so I, just as they are going after folks right now on the Seacoast, it's wrong, and we want to be able to try to get folks like this and be able to prosecute them. So with that, I can answer any questions, but I hope that y'all take a look at this legislation and hope that y'all have a chance to pass it. So.
Representative Altschuler.
Thank you for taking my question. Representative Espedia, when those images appeared on the Nashua Rail Trail, was there a particular group that claimed ownership of them?
Yeah, it was, thank you for the question. As NSC 131 was the group that claimed credit for that. And that wasn't the first defacement they've had of public property in Nashua. They had other areas around downtown, around the southern part of the city. So, and as you can see now, other parts of the state. So,
Follow-up.
You were recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you very much. Representative Espedia, are you aware of any other instances around the state where groups like this or other hate-based groups have threatened citizens with posters or flyers in their communities?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, definitely, I've seen it in, like I said, in the Seacoast right now. recently with the targeting of a certain, it was a theatrical group. So, yeah, I mean, it's real. It's out there still, and it's really unfortunate. Is that?
If I may inquire of a question, was the individuals who made the spray painted the graffiti or whatnot, what was the consequence of that?
I mean, currently there hasn't been any consequences for them. They haven't been, nobody has been brought in for charges against them. I know that it's probably an active investigation, but nothing has been done of yet.
And my follow-up question is, and I'm just, if spray painting graffiti on public property, isn't that a crime already? So I'm just wondering, is there any? I don't know the answer of what's happening with the status of that.
Yeah, I think, you know, and I have friends who participate in graffiti art. Some get commissioned and they get to put it up and they get paid for it. But so I'm not against the practice of graffiti on, like, especially if it's commissioned, but, you know, specific targeting of groups of hate speech. That's when I think, you know, when art, I think, crosses that line. So.
Representative Newman, you were recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I read the bill, this is not aimed at just plain graffiti.
Mm-hmm.
And it appears that it says the property of another with the purpose to coerce or terrorize any person or the people, and then it has several characteristics. Is that a correct understanding of what you intend with the bill?
Right. So yeah, the first section B addresses graffiti. Section C addresses property. Is a much broader aim at just property also owned by another. And I'll be clear. I'm very open to any amendments that the committee would like to do on this bill as well.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Representative Newman, you were recognized.
And it also appears that that phrase about terrorizing and coercing is in all three paragraphs. Is that correct?
Right.
Thank you.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So the current law already has the part about the coercion and terrorizing any person. This adds public property, but then it goes on. So my question is, why is it necessary to add all the different identities when the current law says any person?
Thank you for the question. I think because of, like, for example, this instance, this isn't an isolated instance, as we've seen already this year, has been targeted specifically because of a person's, you know, sexual orientation, people's faith, and people's race and ethnicity specifically. It wasn't like X person, you are the worst, or it wasn't like it was specifically directed at these different groups. So,
thank you.
Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative Espedia. What happens to communities when this kind of hate crime goes unpunished?
you know, I thank you for the question. I think folks start to, well, there's two things. One, people feel a little bit more shocked to their core about how they feel as a person. I know, especially if I'll put it as an example, if I some anti-Catholic, rhetoric thrown at me, I would feel a little bit more shocked to my belief as a Catholic, and I'd say, do I feel safe? Which is, for a lot of people of the Jewish faith, that is somehow how they feel probably at this moment. So that's one, and two, one of the few silver linings of the situation that happened was that I think the community just became a little bit closer and knows that they have to stick together. So it served as a point of we need to come together at this point. But then B, also, I think folks started looking into it and taking it a little bit more seriously.
Representative Klein Knight, you recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative Speedia. Would you say, because it goes unaddressed, as you were just saying, that it would embolden more hate crimes, possibly leading to what we experienced and witnessed in Texas last week?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think when, you know, things escalate, so when one thing happens, goes unchecked, I think it just continues to grow, and it's, you know, I wouldn't want to link the two things together, but I would say that I personally think there has been a rise in anti-Semitism in our country, and I think, you know, part of it is we gotta step it up and, you know, address it. So.
Representative Bolden?
Thanks for taking my question. So, pardon me, I'm just trying to understand your intent with the bill. It seems like your intent, and my question is, am I representing it correctly? I'm, active listening. I just want to say it back to you and make sure I understand. Do I understand correctly that your intent is that if an action is considered criminal threatening against an individual, that we should expand that to also be considered criminal threatening, that we should expand criminal threatening to include actions that are directed not at an individual but at a group, an unspecified generic group, basically. So if someone says, I'm going to kill Joe, that's criminal threatening currently, and you want to expand that criminal threatening to be, I'm going to kill all people who share Joe's characteristics, whether or not I can name them.
Right.
So that's, okay, thank you.
Representative Rhodes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm actually reading pretty much what Representative Roy read. It actually says, criminal threatening by physical conduct, the person purposely places or attempts to place another in fear of imminent bodily injury or physical contact. I think I'm just failing to realize what is the difference. It actually says that place another in fear or imminent bodily injury.
That's a good question. I appreciate the question. So I think, so like I'm trying to harken this back to the example, like what the situation that happened to myself. Like I think it wasn't originally like, it wasn't it mentioned it and it said, we want, like when people directed at me, we want people like you out. Like does that, what does that mean? And I think for myself, I see that as like, we want to like remove people that look like yourself. So I think looking at this as more of looking at a larger idea of like, okay, so it's not just myself, but also like these groups is what I'm trying to get the aim at of like trying to expand it. So make sure that, people who are targeted because of their race, their religion, their disability, things like that, that they are more protected as well under this.
Representative Harry Gathright?
Just trying to figure out how I want to say this. When I look at the addition with the people, one age, sex, gender, those types of terms, I look at that as being person. So when it says any person, I think would cover all of that. This is just a thought. But I would add the religion and national origins. But I do believe that the term person would cover all the others that are listed there.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Was there a question there?
Well, it's not a question, it's a comment, I think. Do I have to make the question? Would you be open to amending?
Yes, I would be. Yeah, as I mentioned, I would be open to amending this, and even if we wanted to have a work session on it.
Representative Harry Gathright, the former chair of this committee, has taught me well. Representative Newman. I believe if they're referring to RSA 631, colon 4. And And if you are looking that up, if you do go to the end of that RSA, there is a definition for the term terrorize.
Thank you.
At this time, I want to thank the representative for his testimony.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We will. At this time, we have to just recognize you.
At this time, the committee will recognize Therese Grinnell.
There we go. Thank you for the opportunity to have public hearings and to discuss these matters. Absolutely, under the circumstances of having something anti-Semitic on a railway is very alarming and not appropriate and not okay. I would hope that we already have littering bills and hate crime bills, laws that could be applied to groups, especially when we can identify who did those types of acts. The reason I wanted to speak is that it talks about anything that would coerce, that includes like religion and national origin. So my question is, would this potentially be used that if, say, someone said, you know, the Catholic Church is having a potluck Sunday at 2 p.m. open to the public and they put it at an intersection, is that public coercion to participate in a specific race? It feels like as we keep putting more and more legislation on the books that sometimes then later on, you know, someone put an elected official at an intersection that's a public spot. Is that now coercion for that political party, that political elected official? Like, I just don't want to stifle free speech when it's maybe coercion but not a hate crime. So I guess the definition of coercing people to participate in a special group would be at some point stifled unintentionally by what's trying to be accomplished here, but that would just be a concern that I would have in the way it's currently written. So it might need to be amended to make sure that we don't paint ourselves into a corner, would be my concern. Thank you.
Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Chair. Most of this is already law. Would a potluck inspire fear or terror in you if you saw it at an intersection?
It does state coerce or terrorize. So if it coerces someone, like, gosh, I didn't know that we had, I'm just throwing it out there, Satanists in our community that are doing a potluck tomorrow afternoon. You know what I mean? Would that, coerce people to go check that out? And would that then be in violation of this? I mean, I know that the intent is one thing, but I think we have to be very careful when we put things on the books that 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, it's all of a sudden considered that because someone's of a certain faith that maybe doesn't believe in same-sex marriage and that's their right to that religion, to that belief, is now terrorizing someone who is in a same-sex marriage and feels that that is not something they want to see at the intersection. And it just happens to be a Catholic church having a potluck. So I just think that we've seen things go, you know, we have laws on the book for littering. We have laws on the book for true hate crimes. I think that when we say coerce, that's a very loose word. And for people to be stifled their freedom of speech, whether it be their national origin, whether it be their religion, it might offend somebody else that I'm a Christian. It might offend somebody that I'm a Republican at some point, you know, and so, right? So we just want to make sure that we're not putting things on the books that later on could be used to someone hang their hat on. I mean, heaven forbid you get arrested for saying the word amen, as you said quietly. You know, things are happening that are very alarming to us in the public.
Follow-up? Can I be recognized for follow-up?
You're not recognized for a follow-up. Thank you for your testimony. At this time, we will now close the public hearing on HB 1117. So at this time, we'll open the executive session on House Bill 1117. I'm not recognizing any member to make any motion. I'm just going to open up for discussion. And just in what, when you say that, what would, if there were to be an amendment, you would, one, be recognized, you would have to be recognized for an ought to pass, but what would that amendment pertain? So what I, just my interpretation of what this would do, C and D, I don't think, I think under existing law would already cover what the objective is. Specifically, you know, making a threat to commit a crime against the property of another. That's someone else's property. You're threatening to commit a crime against that, you know, to coerce or terrorize the person. Terrorize is defined as means to cause alarm, fright, or dread, the state of mind induced by the apprehension of hurt from someone hostile or threatening event or manifestation. So I'm just, my interpretation is that C and D would already cover the intent. I guess the question really is B, you're adding public property as opposed to property of another. And then the only other question I would pose is, would that, if that graffiti or was a hate message, whether it's based on religion, race, whatever, would that already be covered under the definition of terrorize? Now I understand what happened in Nashua. It didn't lead to any prosecution or arrest, so that's the concern. That's just open for discussion. It's not. Representative Rhodes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when the representative spoke, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that there was a question asked and his answer was that the people were fearful and that about making them uncomfortable and, were they being specifically targeted? So he specifically did use the word fear. And it definitely says that right here under A. Attempts to place another in fear. Another, I do believe, is meant to be anybody, regardless of who you are or what you look like. You are a person. I just don't see what this bill is going to do anything different.
I'm also a little confused why, if the person was not authorized by law to spray paint or make graffiti on the wall, that there was nothing done about that. That's not a question really we can answer. I don't. It seems to me that regardless of the intent, this mere act of the graffiti is a crime. It's my understanding. I think we have a bill on that coming up, so maybe just putting that out there.
Representative Sullivan, no tag. It seems to me that the way that it's written now, it's specific to terrorizing a person, not a class of people, but a person. So if you put up a piece of graffiti that says, kill Brian Sullivan, you're terrorizing me. If you put up a piece of graffiti that says kill the gays, you're terrorizing not a person, but a class of people. And I think this bill would therefore be helpful to guide law enforcement to say this is terrorizing a group of people, a class of people, and it therefore would perhaps result in prosecution, which as yet hasn't happened in the case that Representative Espedia cited. Thank you.
Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Representative Rhodes is correct. I believe that this is more of a housekeeping bill and we need to amend it. And simply, if we add any person or peoples, if we correct some grammar, we would be cleaning up the entire thing. We might not need all of this, but if we add a class of people rather than a singular person, I think we would be protecting and doing everyone justice by this.
Representative Marston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question of the history of this situation in this case. Were the police involved, do we know, and did any action been taken by law enforcement?
And someone correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding that, and this incident that inspired this bill was covered in the media. So I would presume that the law enforcement is aware of the situation. And what I understand is that there was no arrest, despite the fact that an organization took credit for what they did. So I'm not sure why it was not anything done beyond that point. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me speak. My question is about the threats, my comments about the threats to groups. If it says death to gays, would every single person who sees that, who fits that description individually, already be terrorized by that and have it covered by the statute that's already there? And also I question if this case that was clearly an egregious statement and should have been prosecuted wasn't, do we fix it by creating more laws, or do we try and figure out why this wasn't taken seriously in the first place?
Representative Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one of the stark facts about crime and punishment is the capacity by which these can be dealt with. Presently, we're seeing some of the unintended consequences of bail reduction, bail reform, and reducing a lot of the crimes that we actually prosecute. Consequently, we have a lot of property crimes that are going unprosecuted by deliberate action or lack thereof by county attorneys across all 10 counties here in New Hampshire. They are understaffed and unable to prosecute these types of crimes. So unless and until there's actual harm done, and though I certainly appreciate the terror that may be instilled or may be caused, I don't believe, and I don't want this to sound harsh, that there's any actual harm done here. And as such, how can it be prosecuted?
Now, this, on the committee, this occurred in Nashua. There's 2 representatives from Nashua. Do you have any additional information, Representative Newman or Representative Harry Gathright, you can provide on what was done at the local level by law enforcement?
I just think that, I mean, there was a group claimed attribution, but I don't think that that is probably enough evidence to do anything with it, so I assume that there was some reason why they did not prosecute it.
I'm still baffled. I mean, there's illegal graffiti spray painted on the wall. Hate crime aside, that's against the law. A group owned up to doing it, and nothing was done about it. I mean, I'm not. Even this bill aside, I find that hard to believe.
Just wondering.
That's what happened.
I'm just wondering.
It's concerning.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just wondering if the Nashua Police Department could prosecute the hate group that took attribution for it. Who was it that how did they do it? Did they just write a statement that we did it or whatever? I would think that that would be a difficult prosecution, if they even could do that.
It's my humble opinion. It's easy to prosecute a crime when they admit to it. But I see the point that you're making. That you can't prosecute an organization, but
if you know who they is, you could.
Representative Bolden.
Since we're execing this now and not after we can research it, been researching during the discussion now, and it looks like in Nashua, there was a man in Nashua who spray painted some swastikas in Concord, and he was charged with criminal mischief and not criminal threatening, and the swastikas were spray painted like on or near the home of a person who's a new American, so like a refugee. So it was definitely about their origin and their entry into the country, and he was charged with criminal mischief. There was a teenager in Manchester who was spray painting swastikas on things. He was charged with criminal mischief. And then there were a couple of men who were spray painting their initials all over the city in Manchester and the highways, and they were charged with criminal mischief. So it seems that, and this is in the last 5 or 6 years, so it does seem like the application of the law currently is that regardless of whether what you're spray painting or graffitiing is intended to terrorize someone, or whether you're just claiming a portion of the retaining wall on the side of the highway for yourself and putting your initials on it, it's treated the same, and that doesn't seem appropriate given the intent behind the use of swastikas, for example. So I just wanted to share that.
So just a thought, at 11:15, there's a bill scheduled that is actually would address criminal mischief. So maybe it would make sense for us to, well, just finish the sentence. Perhaps we can recess the executive session and maybe hear testimony on the criminal mischief bill and maybe come back to this Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Chair. I have some more information. I just want to say, Representative Wallace asked, you know, where does the buck stop? Why isn't anybody prosecuting this exactly? And I have to say, as leaders, we set an example, and I have to say I'm really concerned with the example we've been setting currently in the state legislature on anti-Semitism. And I want to share some actual facts with you. Within the last term, this term, on 12/17/20 in Hanover, a menorah was shot and desecrated. On 12/3/20 in Nashua, swastikas and neo-Nazi logo on stickers. In 12/20, Laconia synagogue received harassing anti-Semitic emails from a white supremacist. On 10/20, Concord is still under investigation on what happened in Concord, but there's a thing there. In Raymond, in 8/20, a swastika was painted on a sign at a high school. In 6/20, a temple billboard defaced with swastika and other racist words. In 3/20, in Tilton, a mailbox was vandalized with swastikas and SSS bots. In 2/20, in Merrimack, a student made a Nazi salute in class. In 2/20, in Laconia, a flyer with an image of a gun shooting Star of Davids with threatening caption placed on Sanders' campaign. In 2/21, in Plainfield, desecration of a monument in St. Goddard's National Historical Site with swastikas and anti-Semitic images. And now we are not doing a simple housekeeping bill. So we're showing our public that it is okay to just treat these, as Representative Bolden said, and just plain crimes when it is, in fact, a crime of terror and hate.
Thank you, Representative Klein Knight. So what I'll do, we will now recess the executive session on House Bill 1117. And the committee will be in recess to 11:15.
be
Uh,
nice, my daughter's one of them.
At this
My
time,
daughter's one of them. Well, she got recalled back up. I know, but they can't do anything.
You want the blue sheet spread at the end of the hearing?
yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you, Representative. At this time, we are going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1011. And this time, I'll recognize Representative David Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm David A. Welch. I represent Rockingham District 13. And this bill is one that we heard last year as part of a Senate omnibus bill. So this is another try. This would make criminal mischief a Class A misdemeanor, which means it could be charged as a Class A misdemeanor depending on the type of crime it was, or it could be down to where it is presently as a violation. This was brought to my attention last year. The Chief of Staff, he's here to testify on this bill. And we have had to pay some considerable sums on public property that has been defaced and tampered with. And I think that this is a good bill. And lo and behold, yesterday, former Chief Charlie Reynolds, who was a member of this committee in 1996, he called me out of the blue, and he supports this bill. So take that for what it's worth. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. You are excused.
Thank you.
The committee now calls Terry Pfaff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Terry Poff. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the General Court of New Hampshire. This legislation was initially brought forward with partnership between the Department of Justice, the GCNH, ourselves, the General Court, DAS. We were having some troubles on the front State House Plaza, and we really weren't at all able to charge anybody with anything prior to the last year's legislation getting passed, as Representative Welch indicated, with that omnibus bill. So that made it at least a violation so we could go up. The original draft of this was from the Department of Justice, the AG's office, who wanted it as a misdemeanor because you can always go down from a misdemeanor, as you know, but you can't go up from a violation. So in some of the severity of some of the defacements and even things that are happening today, we're in a kind of a different political profile. So folks that advocate or protest for different things out there seem to get a little more on edge and a little more violent, especially with some of the public properties. So the defacement has gotten to be a point where it really should raise to a misdemeanor level, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the Department of Justice. At least have that chargeability so that they can bring it down if they have to in a plea bargain or something. So that's a little of the history of where it came from. And we still have certain issues out there. I won't say they're problems, they're challenges, because the State House Plaza is this town square for the state. So it's there, it's a place where people exercise their First Amendment rights. We want them to. We encourage them to do that out there as a body and as an institution, but we want them to do it peacefully and without damaging the property that's out there that everybody can enjoy. For instance, we have things that happen out there that you wouldn't want your fourth graders walking by the next morning when they're coming in to take a tour. So these things, it could prove to be a deterrent. That's what the goal is of this, is that if it's a violation, it's a ticket. If it's a misdemeanor, it's something a little more substantial, and it may create a deterrent is what we really want. Nothing to happen but their active ability to exercise their First Amendment rights. So with that, I'll gladly take any questions, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. With that, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You are excused. Representative Welch, if I may inquire of a question. Can I may inquire of a question? So it's a Class A misdemeanor. The prior witness mentioned pleading it down, which I understand, how that could work, but any thought on if it just said misdemeanor, so it can be charged as an A or a B, and obviously if it's an A, it can be pled down to a B? Is that an amendment that you perhaps have any opinion on?
My understanding is as a Class A misdemeanor, it can be charged as a Class B or a violation. All depends on the crime.
I always understood it, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I act like I'm always right, but I'm not. If it says just misdemeanor, that gives the discretion to pick an A or a B. If it expressly states A or expressly states B, then that's what it's charged as. So I was going to say, if it just said misdemeanor, there will be the discretion to start with an A, plead down to a B. But if it's already, you can't go up, but you can go down. I'm not sure you can plead this down to a violation because it says shall be guilty of Class A misdemeanor. You would have to amend the charge to something different, which does happen, but this has a restitution figure in there as well, so that you may lose that by amending the charge.
I agree with that as you generally described it. So I think my impression is that if you say misdemeanor, you could do A or B. I don't know if you could go from misdemeanor down to violation, but I think that would at least give you the discretion if you said misdemeanor that it could be charged as a misdemeanor, where in this case it has to be charged as a Class A. That's just how I think about that.
Does the prime sponsor have any opinion on that? I also support it as written. I don't have a problem with how it's written. I just thrown it out
Yeah,
there.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would rely on the fact that the AG crafted the language. I would go with that.
You want to ask Representative Wells? You're now recognized to testify again. You may ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I guess what I would like to see more too, which I don't know how you can do this, but be more specific on what private property is. But I also would support the bill more if it just said misdemeanor.
Well, this is basically for public property. This is what instituted the change. I don't want to reference January 6th in Washington, but it could have happened here, and all the destruction and so forth. It seems kind of foolish that if we only had a violation to cover that destruction of property, that would be kind of foolish.
Representative Harry Gathright, you're recognized for a question.
I don't believe that. I think the Class A misdemeanor would cover the more violent things that can happen. It can certainly be brought down to a Class B, and it can be brought down to a violation. It all depends on the plea bargain. You won't have a plea bargain if it's a violation, and there probably won't be any restitution. That's what happened. We had some destruction out in the front of the State House, and it was very costly to repair. In fact, the sundial out there, I think we spent a few $1,000s to replace that. It's all public money, it's all taxpayer money.
Representative Harry Gathright.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I apologize. I remember that they thought it was young people that did that destruction. And yeah, well, I kind of struggle with, a class A, that you could be doing jail time.
Oh, depending on the age, chances are there wouldn't be any jail time if it was kids. That's mischief, that's not, I really don't know how to get into that.
Okay.
But if it's a Class A misdemeanor, it will act as a deterrent, and I'm sure it'll be posted.
Thank you, Representative. You are excused again.
Thank you.
At this time, we will close the public hearing on House Bill 1011. Representative Burt likes long lunches. Things don't normally operate this smoothly.
Question for the chair.
All I'm saying is, so I'm just gonna get a feel for the committee now. We can recess till 12 o'clock. We have a 12 o'clock hearing. I'm not sure if that's enough time for everyone to enjoy lunch. For lunch? We're not officially in recess. I'm inquiring if a representative needs time to get an amendment. I did. Before opening an executive session, I'm asking if the representative would need time to get an amendment. If he does not, we can open it now. That's the nature and spirit of our conversation. It can be. Yes. Correct. At this time, we are now going to open the executive session on House Bill 1011. Representative Welch, do you wish to be recognized to make a motion?
I move House Bill 1011 FN be found ought to pass.
That has been seconded by Representative Marston. You wish to second?
It's with great pleasure I second the motion.
Thank you, Representative Marston. Representative Welch, do you wish to speak to the motion about to pass?
No, I think we've just had the hearing. I think everything is fresh in everybody's mind, except maybe for those who have been sleeping.
Representative Bourdonnais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was originally opposed to this bill because it required a Class A misdemeanor. And by reading the RSAs, I see that any offense charged as a Class A misdemeanor to a Class B misdemeanor anytime with the agreement of the person charged. So, though it may be charged with Class A misdemeanor, the parties involved can plead it down to a Class B, and Class B misdemeanor does not have any prison time. So based on the severity of the crime, the punishment can be suitable.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I like about this bill, and I intend to support it, is that it offers some teeth, particularly for cases of vandalism. And as we heard from 2 bills ago, there seem to be some problems addressing it. I believe up to a year in jail is a pretty substantial penalty, and it offers an enhancement under the current law to address the situation we heard 2 bills ago. So I will support this.
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I wished it was just a misdemeanor, but where I guess my concern is, and I really believe the majority of our police would not do this, but you get some kid that, 18, 19, and he chalks the front of the State House or something like that. It's not permanent, but he could still be charged. And what concerns me is, there goes his college and everything else because the charge is there. So I guess I just have to look at that, that I wished it was more defined to, a set amount of money or a set damage, because I do support the bill to a point. But again, I just wish it was a misdemeanor, which would make me a little easier. But, some kid chalking, a sidewalk or a side of a building really shouldn't be facing jail time over that. Thank you.
At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you support the motion of ought to pass, please say yea. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy. Yes. Representative Welch. Yes. Representative Burt.
No.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Altschiller.
No.
Representative O'Hearn.
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley.
Yes.
Representative Klein Knight.
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
There were 16 yeas, 5 nays, and no votes.
The motion
Passes.
passes. Will there be a minority report? You sure, Representative Byrd, would you like to reconsider drafting the minority report?
No, this isn't a hill I want to die on.
Will anyone wish to? Representative Welch, you'll be preparing a majority report? At this time, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 1011.
Question of the chair.
Representative Newman? My understanding, every committee has their reports in before the end of the day. I am a little more lenient. It has to be by noontime the following day, because sometimes we're here late. But if it's not received by then, I spent more time tracking down reports.
I understand that, and I understand that if
And if
it's
it's
1
not in
minute
by
late,
that time, and you haven't discussed it with me in advance, it's going to be rejected, and you'll have to take that up with the Speaker's office. 'Cause
Thank you.
A lot of time goes into that. At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1117. Representative Conley, you wish to be recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we had a healthy discussion percolating earlier this morning, and I think it would be healthy to continue that discussion just for a little while longer to consider possible amendments.
Representative Roy, you wish to be recognized.
I would move inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1117.
Is there a second? No. The motion cannot be seconded or made by a substitute.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Representative Testerman.
I believe that you told us as a group that if we had amendments that you would not exec.
Is there? But what would? Let me ask this question. What would that amendment look like? I don't.
It was on peoples, and I think it was on religion and national origins. I spoke to it. He was amendable to amendment, so I'm just not sure.
So my review of the bill. I should probably put my notes back to that. C and D, I don't think is changed under the existing law. You don't need to specify anything beyond person. It's really the paragraph B. It's expanding to public property. Then, whether the target of the vandalism is it a class of individuals as opposed to a specific person. What my understanding is, by changing that, what would the change to that paragraph be that you would like to make?
On B and D?
On just the subparagraph B. If there was an amendment that you were to bring forward.
Yeah, but you still need the religion and the national origins.
Yeah, there's a motion. You don't need that first.
Religion was the key factor there.
So you would prefer to strike religion?
No, I want religion in there.
Religion is,
We were striking some of the classes because I felt that persons would also identify as classes. It doesn't, you know, in my opinion. Either way, the point of the matter is, like I said, that what you have told us is that if we thought we had amendments, that you would not exec. So I guess what you're saying, if you agree, we would not exec, but if you disagree, I'm wondering, you know, how did we get to where we are right now in this meeting, in this committee?
I think when we recessed this executive session, House Bill 1117, the purpose was that there was a bill on criminal mischief that would involve vandalism and spraying graffiti on public property, which is what this bill also is addressing. So we addressed that in the last hearing. So my understanding, if the prior bill, which was it House Bill
I think
1011, I'm just explaining, you asked the question, I'm going to answer it. So what I'm saying is, in this scenario, regardless of what the graffiti is, it's now a Class A, it would be a Class A misdemeanor. That, where under the current law, it's a violation. So a person spray painting, you know, racist hate symbols on public property is a violation, it's a ticket. It's now going to be a Class A misdemeanor. So I think the idea is that the mere fact that they're spray painting on that property or doing that is now a Class A misdemeanor. The intent of what the symbol is, I'm not saying that's irrelevant, that matters, but for the purposes of the elements of the offense, it wouldn't have to prove that it was targeted at a group of people. It's the mere fact of doing the act. I'm reading between the lines here, but that seems to me to think, why was nothing done about what happened? Maybe that's because it was a violation and it's a ticket. So even if you found the person and the person owned up to it, you were writing them a ticket. That's what you would be doing.
I understand that it's a misdemeanor now. I'm clear about that. But this is more house cleaning as well, because it's more specific. And just to go back to my original comment was what you told us as a group and what you're doing now is different.
I understand that. I've recognized someone for a motion of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Newman?
Thank you. I just want to clarify what, we are now in executive session.
Yes,
Is that
and
correct?
the question is, a motion has been made to inexpedient to legislate.
Okay, I understand that. And now we have the ability to make comments or questions, or what may we do at this point in this executive session? Okay.
We are debating the question of the motion of inexpedient to legislate. That is what the question is going to be moved. You are free to speak in support or against.
Follow up?
You are recognized to
Oh,
speak in
thank you.
support or against, or say you're undecided. You have been recognized. I don't know what else I can do
Thank you.
beyond that. Representative Bourne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While the previous bill does state a misdemeanor for mischievous conduct, but that is the most likely the penalty that would incur would be based on the amount of cost for the damage. And this bill, even though it does talk about on public property, the intent or the damage could be very small as far as cost-wise, but the intent of the crime is to be terroristic or force someone to fear for their safety. So I can't see that these two matters are equivalent, even though the penalty is the same, because with intent we have two different crimes being committed. Thank you.
Representative Roy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I'm moving inexpedient to legislate is because in my mind, any person covers all these additions. And when you try to add classes or any type of specialized group of people to a bill like this, you're inevitably going to leave some out. I don't see veterans. And I'm we could be offended just as well. There's other groups. There's lots of groups. So the best way is to be all-inclusive by saying persons, and it covers everybody. When we try to give special status, we invariably leave somebody out. That's why it's best to be all-inclusive, and that's why I'm moving the way I am.
Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Chair. Representative Roy is correct. It doesn't say persons. It just says person, which is why it needs to be amended and updated. And also, with all due respect, the exasperation from my colleagues is really disappointing as a Jewish member of this House. And I want to ask the chair that if he thinks criminal mischief is the same thing as a hate crime.
Is that a question? It's a completely different crime.
Then why are we having this conversation with you trying to loop it into the other bill of criminal mischief?
You're asking for the intent of the last comment I made? The point that I was making was when there was graffiti spray painted on the wall and an organization took credit for doing that, and it was a hate symbol, I was concerned why there was no prosecution or charges brought against any individual. And I thought that to be very odd. It was on public property. And the mere fact that they spray painting, hate symbol aside, I was my understanding against the law. The next bill thereafter involved graffiti on public property. And in that case, it's changing it from a violation to a Class A misdemeanor. So the point that I was making is that the hate symbol aside, it was actually, all it was a violation, was the offense. And my thought was perhaps that was one of the reasons why there wasn't a prosecution behind the hateful spray paint that happened in Nashua. That's just what I was explaining. I understand the issue of the hate crime side of it, but the mere act of the graffiti would be a Class A misdemeanor as opposed to a violation. So that would cover more than just the mere fact that it's a hate crime. It's not discrediting or ignoring the other issue caused by what happened in Nashua. I understand that and I appreciate that. But the elements of the offense, you wouldn't have to necessarily prove the intent. The intent is that they were vandalizing public property. And the spray painting would do that, whether it's a hate symbol or a peace symbol. That's the crime. So it does address some of the concern there where it would prevent that from happening. It just doesn't directly say it. I'm not saying it solves the problem, but it does address it.
So you're saying what happened in Nashua wasn't a hate crime, it was just graffiti?
I did not say that. And to be clear, any behavior relating to that, anyone who does that should not be tolerated by our society and certainly not accepted by anyone that I know in this state.
Then why are we tolerating not allowing an amendment to move forward to do housekeeping on this bill?
And Representative Klein Knight, if you were inclined to prepare an amendment, what would your amendment say?
I would add the word peoples after people or persons to insinuate a group of people, not just one person.
So let me just clarify. As opposed to listing several classes of individuals, you would just say terrorize any person or persons, and that's all the amendment would say.
I want to indicate the language that a group of people still has the right to be just as protected as one person, yes.
Representative Leon, you were recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand this correctly. I understand that what happened in Nashua was absolutely horrible and should not be accepted. We're looking at this and looking at adding these specific groups of people so that we can classify this as a misdemeanor. And because that's what's listed as the penalty in here. I'm just trying to understand how this isn't covered by what we did. The action itself would be covered as a misdemeanor, just as we're looking at here, I'm just trying to understand where this gives extra teeth.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, and I apologize to the representative for shaking my head when you were speaking. But my understanding is this contemplates a Class B felony, does it not?
Representative Conley, you didn't bring your blue book today?
I'll have to review the statute. Please forgive me.
Just give me a moment. I can look into that. Representative Harry Garthwaite, you're recognized.
My colleague just showed us that if you use a deadly weapon, then it's a felony. Other than that, it's a misdemeanor. Thank you.
And I'm just, this is the question, Representative Conley. The point I was trying to make, and I'm not sure if I communicated that well, was that the prior bill that we exec would make it a Class A misdemeanor. This is yes, it's a separate and distinct charge, but it would overlap a little bit there. But I guess my question is, if you made it any person or persons, I didn't read that as, I don't interpret that as already being an individual, like limiting to one person. That's just my interpretation. I know Representative Solomon might have disagreed with that, but I didn't read it that way. That you would have to pluralize persons in order for it to apply to a generalized group. But they can be more, as written in the law today, they can be more than one victim of said crime. That's why I'm just trying to, the point's well taken by Representative Klein Knight to pluralize it, but is that necessary? It's just a question. I mean, Representative Sullivan.
I guess this is not just any list of individuals. These are the protected class of people against discrimination. This is not an accidental list. So I think it's important to keep that list of individuals in here. I can accept the fact that C and D might not be necessary, but in B, this is the list of protected classes of individuals from discrimination. And I believe having that in here is meaningful and important.
Perhaps I just look at it as that if someone were to do anything like this and direct it towards, just use my race for an example, I would put that, I would just personally think it would fall under the definition of terrorize. I guess that's where, it's just. Representative O'Hearn, and after this, we can just.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I know that we have, maybe I'm wrong, I could be corrected, but federal law that deals with hate crimes, number one. But two, if we're going to use or say this is a hate crime, why don't we just use what's already covered under the federal hate crime description? I mean, most of it is, but some of these things I'm just marking it there that could probably be taken out.
I think at this time we'll move the question. If you in support of the motion of any expedient to legislate, please say yay. If you're opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch. Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testament. Yes. Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Pratt. Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright. Representative Altschiller.
No.
Representative O'Hearn.
No.
Representative Bourdonnais.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley.
No.
Representative Klein Knight.
No.
Representative Bradley. Chairman Abbas.
Chair votes yes.
With a vote of 11 yeas, 10 nays, the bill is ITL.
Motion passes. Would it be a majority report? Representative Roy will be doing the majority report. Would there be a minority report? At this time, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 1117. At this time, we'll now open the public hearing on House Bill 1017.
Can you hear me? Right.
Yes, we can.
I'm sure there must be something in the New Hampshire Criminal Code about bringing a bill to you at noon. So I apologize, and I will try to be as quick as possible.
It's my fault I made the schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Laurel Stavis, for the record, a member of the House representing the City of Lebanon in Grafton County, and I'm honored to come before you today to present HB 1017, an act establishing criminal penalties for harming or threatening to harm an essential worker. As some of you may know, I work in a grocery store. My colleagues and I consider it a privilege to be on the front lines, making sure our customers have the food, medicines, and other products they and their families need. We love our work, and we pride ourselves on being a true community supermarket, where many of our customers have become friends who care about us as much as we care about them. But in any given week, our store is also a gathering place for thousands of people. During the pandemic and the hardships it has presented, people have been stressed, sometimes to the breaking point. I don't have to go into detail about the incidents of harassment, threatening, assault, and even murder that have occurred in places like grocery stores. And contrary to what you may believe, one of the most frightening incidents I encountered came one night from a guest who was upset that other customers were not wearing masks. And there was a mask ordinance in Lebanon at the time. It's not often in life that you see a short wall that divides you from another person as a life-saving device. But that night, during that customer's fit of rage, I knew that if that wall hadn't been there, I would have been hit or worse. I've had things shoved in my face, in my eyes, have had to move tearful colleagues away from situations where they've been so severely threatened that their hands are shaking too much to put groceries in bags. I've seen our store manager call the local police on several occasions to escort angry customers on the verge of violence out of the store. But that's all that can be done at this point. Those customers can and frequently do come back to repeat the behavior that got them into trouble in the first place. I've proposed this bill, which amends Section 631 of the Criminal Code, to give police more options in dealing with unruly customers, patients, or guests in any of the businesses in our state that are deemed essential. I discussed the reasoning behind the bill and its potential impact, with Lebanon's Chief of Police, Philip Roberts, who supports it strongly and agrees that it will give his officers more tools in their toolbox to work with. I also see it as an ounce of prevention, perhaps making people think twice if they know there may be harsh consequences for abusing an essential worker. I have seen some objections on the grounds that we should not treat these workers differently from others, that everyone should be equal under the law. But in New Hampshire law, we have already carved out specific penalties for harming elected officials, law enforcement officers, the elderly, and others. Clearly, the reasoning behind these laws acknowledge that some people, while equal under the law, are in professions or life situations that make them more vulnerable than others. HB 1017 simply seeks to address the unique vulnerability of frontline workers who show up day after day, even though they know it could put them in harm's way. We've spent the last 2.5 years thanking essential workers for doing the work that lets us get on with our lives, despite pandemics, constrained supply lines, and any number of other challenges. I hope you will consider an ought-to-pass vote for HB 1017. It will make those gestures of gratitude really meaningful under the difficult circumstances many essential workers and law enforcement officers manage every day. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Representative Roy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Over here. Hi. So my question is, the essential worker definition that is an exhibit, I understand, only applies during a state of emergency. Is it your intent with this statute to make these essential workers identified in the governor's order permanent, even if there isn't a state of emergency?
Yes.
Follow-up?
You were recognized for a follow-up.
And again, I'm going to probably ask almost the same question, but in a different way. So it's your intent that regardless of the state of emergency or the country, if everything's going smoothly, if someone threatens or does any of the things listed in here, against a grocery store employee or any other person who was deemed essential by that governor's order, they should be given this special protection of this law.
Yeah, and I think I understand the intent of your question, so let me see if I can try and address that.
Okay, thank you.
In crafting this bill, I tried hard to arrive at that definition of essential workers because I didn't want it to kind of slop over into everyone, right? So, so I used the tool of the governor's emergency order as the thing that might help this and bring some clarity to it. But I was not thinking that, well, this means we're in an indefinite state of emergency. It was simply a tool to help clarify who, under certain circumstances, might be deemed essential workers. And I know from my work in the private sector, in private higher education, that we have a group of people that are deemed essential workers regardless of the conditions going on around us. You know, a volcano could have exploded on the campus and we'd know who the essential workers were. So that was the tool I had at hand under the law, but I did not intend for this to be a perpetuation of a state of emergency. Does that answer your question?
Representative Roy, you recognize for a follow-up?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. It does, with regard to the definition, I have no quibbling with what you used to define an essential worker. My question, though, is why, in other words, essential workers is kind of this, it's a new concept that was made by the state of emergency. Are you suggesting that in normal times when there's no state of emergency, these people are always essential workers and should always have the extra protection, or only if another state of emergency were to become active where the essential workers were identified again?
That's a really good question. As I said before, in my life in the private sector, there is a pool of employees that are deemed essential regardless of what's going on. I understand that may not be the case at the state level, but it may, because all states have to have chains of command in response to emergencies, and so there may be a different definition that could be brought to bear in an amendment if it made people more comfortable. I was just looking for a way to classify a certain group of people where the brunt has fallen heavily on them. And not necessarily because of the pandemic, but just in normal times.
Representative Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you wrote the bill and did your research about and referred to the definition that's in the emergency order, was there a reason why you didn't just take the definition that was in that order and put it into the law as the definition of essential worker for the purposes of this law?
Oh, I'm so ashamed to say this, but I think it was just laziness. It seemed easy to reference that order, because to my knowledge and understanding, and you folks have the expertise that I don't to know this more than me, that was the only place that definition, that classification existed. If it exists elsewhere, it would be good to know.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So would you be amenable if there were amendment that were to be made that quoted the definition that's in the emergency order and makes that the definition of essential worker for the purposes of this law in the law?
I absolutely would be amenable, and I was looking forward to speaking with you today because I know that you have the expertise that I lack coming from municipal and county government.
Just a comment, no one has ever referred to this committee in that way before, but thank you.
Representative Burt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I'm looking at this bill. Would it allow a essential worker to call the police or file charges? I think they'd have to call the police to file charges against an employer, against a government official, or the federal government if they require an employee to get the vaccine and they find it harmful to their body, that they don't want the vaccine. Could they use this law, if it was passed, to file against a business or a company or the federal government that mandates the vaccine?
I guess the honest answer is I don't know. It's a really good question, though. It's not the intent of the bill, but it's a really good question.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the committee now calls Roscoe Putnam.
I've never done this before, so excuse me if my mouth gets dry or I lose my thoughts. But I want to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Roscoe Putnam, and when I took a job working at the Listen thrift store in Lebanon, New Hampshire, I never realized that I was going to become an essential worker. Listen provides services to the community for people that are homeless, hungry, need clothing, or just need support. Last fall, September 19th, I was working at the Listen thrift store, and an unmasked family came into the thrift store, and I was alerted by a fellow staff person that we had unmaskers on the site. The employee approached them and said, "You need to wear masks because there's a mandate in Lebanon, New Hampshire that all people in a public place need to be wearing a mask." It was done professionally. It was done according to our policy. I was then summoned to talk to the woman while the gentleman left the building. I approached the woman and I said, "We have a mask policy in Lebanon, and I would like you to wear a mask." At that point, she began to get very agitated. Her agitation quickly turned to threatening me and other customers in the store. I then went to the office, called the Lebanon Police Department, and asked them to respond because I had an unmasked customer. Between the time I made that telephone call and the end of the incident, which I'll go into in a moment, the woman continued to escalate to the point where people were taking out their phones and videoing her meltdown. She was throwing things at me. Yes, they were pieces of jewelry. They weren't harmful. She was threatening me to take me to court, and she wouldn't leave the premises. I then opened the front door and told her she needs to leave. You need to leave now. I'd never met this person before. I had no communication with her other than that day. She at that time said, "I hope you have a car accident on the way home and die." I didn't know what an essential worker was up until that day. And then I realized that I was there to protect the public and my staff. I'm an assistant manager at that store. As I opened the door, there were now a large amount of staff there. I was telling her to leave. I held the door open, and as she went by me, she took my right arm and bit me. She caused 3 puncture wounds. I ended up having to go to the emergency department at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Hospital, where I had to have a tetanus shot. And I returned to work that day. And I returned to work that day because I felt I needed to continue to protect the public and my staff from anything that may happen from this. She was arrested and she's charged with 4 misdemeanor assault charges. I don't know if that's been resolved yet. I haven't followed through to follow it because I am continuing to work at Listen Community Services. I hope you will take this bill under advisement, make amendments to make it clear what is an essential worker and what isn't. And maybe you never thought a thrift store worker was an essential worker. Well, I didn't either. But I ask you to support this bill and give the police the ammunition that they need to protect the essential workers from this type of an assault. Thank you very much, and I'll be glad to take your questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
We all set? Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Committee now calls Roseanne Chester.
Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. Although I completely understand and empathize with Mr. Putnam's situation, and I understand no human should go through what he went through, whether he's an essential worker or not. And I think that's the bigger thing here, is this is a human rights thing. This is not an essential worker versus a non-essential worker. We've already divided our state and our people so much that unfortunately this bill, in my opinion, causes further division. That being said, I feel the appropriate action, we have a criminal justice system that arrested this individual and is prosecuting this individual, and we have to rely on our municipalities and our lower levels of government to be able to appropriately handle those type of situations. The other thing, my concern is that we're going to make, this bill would make it a felony if they threaten. How many of us have heard kids go, "I'm going to kill you"? How many of us have heard, we're in the car and someone cuts us off and we make a threat? This bill, well, if I'm a bus driver and the passenger goes, "What are you trying to kill me? I'm going to kill you." That would cause a potential for a Class B felony. The crime does not fit the offense. So that's the other part of this that I have in opposing it. Like I said, I certainly am not opposed to anybody's human rights not to be attacked because of their beliefs, because of their religion. Discrimination is discrimination. It has nothing to do with masking and unmasking. It has nothing to do with, our policy. If it's a policy, no shirt, no shoes, no service. That's the policy of the store. If someone wants to get in your face about that policy, then you take the appropriate action. You call the police, and the police will manage the situation. We have, in this pandemic, we have created all these sheriffs that are self-patrolling. They've identified themselves as, it's my responsibility to protect. No, it's not. It's not your responsibility to protect. It's the responsibility of our police departments and our justice system to serve and protect. It is your responsibility to assist them, but is not your responsibility to protect. With that being said, I am done, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
At this time, we will now adjourn the public hearing on House Bill 1017. Representative Ahern, you might want to read the blue paper for the public.
I have 2 in favor and 1 against.
Thank you. It's a rarity, but we don't have we have a public hearing scheduled for 2 p.m. So what I would say is the committee will be in recess to 1:45. And everyone, please enjoy your lunch. Everyone here? At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1017, establishing criminal penalties for harboring or threatening to harm an essential worker. This is an executive session. Thank you, Representative Burt, for keeping track of accurate time. Speaking of Representative Burt, do you wish to be recognized to make a motion? HB 1017.
I guess I want my mic on. I'll make a motion of ITL.
That motion has been seconded by Representative Roy. Representative Burt, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. I look at the bill, and, you know, it's sad what happened to the gentleman. You know, I don't think anybody should be put in that position. You know, I don't care what side of the fence you're on. But I just look at it as, you know, we have current laws now. And like the gentleman said that was bit, you know, she's facing 4 misdemeanors. You know, so I think the law works. But to carve out, you know, essential workers, and I have a bunch of nurses in my family, my wife, kids, and many nurse friends that my wife has. And they were looking at this bill saying that they don't want anything special. They just want to be protected under current law if something happens. You know, because we shouldn't be carving out different things. You know, I know sadly we do in other areas, and I usually vote against those. So I support the ITL, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you're in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you're opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch. Yes. Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testament.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston. Yes. Representative Harriet Gathright. Yes. Representative Altschiller.
No.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden. Representative Conley.
Yes.
Representative Klein Knight.
Yes.
Representative Bradley. Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
Okay, 16 yeas, 3 nays, 2 not voting. It's inexpedient to legislate.
The motion
Mr.
passes.
Chairman, if nobody,
Sorry, that was an accident.
if nobody objects to consent, you know, it's only 3. I think, is that the cutoff, or is it 2?
My understanding that it can be put on consent with 3. Representative Burt, you wish to move for consent?
Yes, I think on this bill, yes.
Is there an objection?
I object.
And will there be a minority report?
And there will be a majority.
Correct.
This time we'll now close the executive session on House Bill 1017. At this time, we'll now open the public hearing on House Bill 1127. Is there a member that can, you introduce it? If you just want to introduce it and not testify, you'll be permitted to. Is there any member of the public here to speak in support or opposition? Didn't mean to single anyone out. Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, as you'll see in this bill, it aims to address some historic injustice with two particular individuals. The prime sponsor is unable to be here today, and I believe we can have a healthy discussion on this during our executive session.
Thank you. You are excused. To the members on the committee last term, did we have this same bill? Yes, I just. Representative Newman?
I thought that it talks about historical figures and whatever, and I believe that was Representative Cushing's bill, but I don't remember the outcome, but I know I thought we've seen this before. Thank you.
Representative Klein-Knight?
I was just gonna ask about the outcome. Thank you. If it didn't move forward because of COVID, or for a lot of bills didn't move forward because of that,
That would.
but it seems like we don't remember.
Our committee researchers here, I'm sure, will be able to. At this time, we'll now close the public hearing on HB 1127. Representative Green?
I think it was the last session. There was bill, either that or something very similar to it that we had, and it didn't pass.
I know that our committee researcher is going to tackle this issue for us. Brad, do you have that information? There you have it.
Was that laid on the table with all of the, after COVID, maybe that might have been the problem? It was in an omnibus bill or something like that? I don't know.
I assume it was. I just was trying to figure it out.
But it did pass the committee, I think. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1127.
Mr. Chairman?
Do you have a parliamentary inquiry?
No, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move House Bill 1127 ought to pass.
Well, Representative Walsh, two things. Number one, you have to be recognized to make a motion. Two, a substitute can't make a motion. So just,
My apologies, I thought I was recognized.
Point of order? Could you just repeat?
you are recognized for your point of order. Please state your point of order.
Yes, can you repeat? Can you just repeat what your response was? I didn't hear it.
That is
not
not
a point of order.
That is not a point of order. If I say something
Thank you.
that you do not hear, and you at any time, anyone on the committee, please ask me to repeat whatever I said. But asking me, that's not a point of order, just to clarify. A point of order is when there's a rule that is not being followed by the chair of the committee, and therefore you are basically stating an objection for not following that rule. So that's not a valid point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask a question, and should I preface it as a parliamentary inquiry? I'm not quite sure how to be recognized properly.
You have a question. You're recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Just a question. Could you please repeat what your ruling was on the point of order? Is that an appropriate question? I did not hear it.
In regards to your point of order, it was not a valid point of order because you were basically said you did not hear what I said. So that is not a point of order. There's no rule violation that I'm aware of. And if you can reference one, then that's the ruling. So you're free to challenge the ruling of the chair, but that's the ruling I made.
I have no intention to challenge the ruling of the chair. All I want to ask, in whatever manner is appropriate, whether you could please repeat what you said to the representative when you were discussing her motion.
Okay. Two things. The representative was not recognized to make a motion, number one. Number two, and specifically, a substitute is not allowed to make a motion or second the motion. So even if I did recognize the representative to make a motion, which I didn't, it would be out of order for that member to make a motion. So therefore, which when I acknowledged the representative, I assumed it was for anything but making a motion. And that's it. That's the ruling that I made, and we're going to move on from the discussion.
Thank you.
Representative Roy. Do you wish to be recognized to make a motion?
Yes, I would move that HB 1127 be found inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Thank you. That has been seconded by Representative Burt. Representative Roy, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, just shortly. The plenary powers of the governor to pardon, even posthumously, exist currently. There are also remedies within the court to have convictions set aside or reversed. This is not a legislative act. We shouldn't, the legislature should not be getting into specific people who we should find not guilty posthumously. It leads us down a road of political acts that infringe upon the executive or the judicial branch. These things that are requested in this bill are already available to anyone to petition to the governor or the courts. So therefore, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Testman.
Just a question. How did it pass last year if it isn't rightfully something we should have passed? And it got cleared of being laid on the table.
Can I ask the committee researcher, what was that bill number again? I don't know what the roll call was. I don't have that information with me, so I don't know how it it did. That's the record that it is. It passed in the committee, or whatever it did in the committee, it was what it was. It passed in the House last term. I don't believe it. I think that's a mistake of the clerk. It passed on consent last year. Which means.
2020, so last biennium.
Oh, I'm sorry. Last term it passed. But according to the vote tally that was recorded by Harry Gathright, Representative Tessman, you and I both apparently supported it.
I was just gonna say. How can I make a mistake?
That's just the facts. It won't be the first time there's been a mistake in the recording, but that's what it says. Representative Conley. Thanks for making me look that up, by the way.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I did a tremendous disservice to the sponsor of this bill by not being prepared to discuss it, and for that I'm sorry. So what we just learned is that this came through this very committee 2 years ago and passed on consent. We know the sponsor of this bill. Everyone in this room knows the sponsor, knows how the way he comports himself, the way he prepares himself with legislation. What this is clearly trying to do is make a symbolic gesture to address two high-profile instances in which there was a miscarriage of justice. There are paths where this could be done currently in law, but I think this is quite clearly meant to be done as a symbolic move. I believe if it passed this committee once, it should pass again, despite the poor introduction and background given a moment ago.
Can you, and this is a question for anyone in the room, can you actually annul an arrest? I thought an annulment was, you can annul the conviction, but I guess, because this came up on another, I'm just throwing out there that when you name two individuals specifically by name, and I'm not saying that they're not worthy of annulments or they're not worthy of, I'm not taking a position on that, but does the legislator have the authority for those two, can we even, are we permitted to do that? I'm just asking. Representative Roy, then Representative Pratt, then Representative Alshaw.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think that goes directly to my point. It's a separation of powers issue. If the court, right or wrong, in this case clearly wrong, makes a decision, it's upon the court to reverse its decision, not upon the legislature to go retroactively and reverse it. So that's my point. I don't think we have that power.
Well, I think you can annul a conviction. Like if you have a conviction of cannabis, if it's under possession under 3/4 of an ounce, you can get the conviction annulled. You can do it, but I'm saying this is identifying a particular person.
Yeah, but by the court, not by the legislature.
You still have to go into court and do it and get it approved. There's an annulment process. So I'm just saying paragraph 2 and 3. I don't know. Representative Pratt.
In the case of Eunice, in 1938, Hampton retried that and found her not guilty. So that was already retried and found not guilty. So I'm not sure exactly what we're doing here. It wasn't injustice at the time, but they retried it and found her not guilty at that time. So we're basically reaffirming what's already been done, I guess. Why would you do that?
Representative Alshaw.
Somebody else. Yeah. Is this what? Thank you. First, I want to apologize to the chair. I'm sorry, I did not know that rule about making, not being able to make a motion, so I apologize for upsetting the T card on that. I know now, and I appreciate your patience. And I also, so with regard to this bill, I just want to draw the attention to the committee that the bill is not asking to annul the arrests of Willard Uphouse and Eunice Goody Cole. In fact, what it is saying is that the activities, the Subversive Activities Act that Willard Uphouse was convicted and imprisoned on was a manifest injustice. And this act, this bill we're considering, corrects that historical error and exonerates Willard Uphouse and annuls his conviction. And then secondly, the second part of this proposal is that the legislature, we find that the arrest, convictions, floggings, and imprisonment of Eunice Goody Cole for witchcraft and familiarity with the devil was a manifest injustice. And this act corrects historical error and exonerates Eunice Goody Cole and annuls her convictions. So we're not asking to annul anyone's arrest. We're asking, Representative Cushing is asking to correct a manifest injustice and using our power to correct that manifest injustice and also annul the convictions of someone who was tortured for witchcraft, and also someone who was imprisoned for subversive actions. So just want to correct that we are not talking about annulling anyone's arrest. That's not an issue. Thank you very much.
Representative Pratt, the information you had about the conviction that was overturned and then found not guilty.
Online. So no official source, just online. And then the second one there was not being charged for subversive activities, but was being charged for a year in jail, was put in jail for a year for not turning over records. So that was a crime that was committed, even though that was during the Cold War, the war between the communists and the capitalism, and during the Korean War. So it was a wartime act. So
Just I just wanted to follow on his comment real quick. Just to follow on, furthermore, the conviction of Mr. Uphouse was upheld. It was a federal charge upheld by the United States Supreme Court. I don't believe the New Hampshire legislature has the ability to overturn a federal conviction.
Representative Klein Knight, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm finding it a little troubling that everybody that was on this committee last year voted for this and not a single representative voted against it. Representative Roy, what can you explain to us what your first voting decision of yes was?
Sure. That was 2 years ago, not 1 year ago, and I don't recall voting. I don't know if I was here.
Can I follow up?
In questioning the members of prior voting records, members do have the ability to change their minds. And I know myself, there's been issues that even this year that I have changed my mind on certain things. There's a bill that we voted on in this committee, actually, where I voted one way on the House vote. I actually voted a different way because I was convinced after the fact, so it does happen.
I thought for healthy debate, we are allowed
Yeah.
to ask why a member has an opinion on, or votes a certain way on something. And the record does show that Representative Roy did vote in favor of this bill.
I could possibly tell you what I was thinking at the time. I can just tell you, looking at it today, that what I've already said stands. I really can't speak to what I did 2 years ago, what the situation was.
Representative Marston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't here 2 years ago, but I'm understanding that this passed the committee and was on a consent calendar. Therefore, did this go to the Senate and get shot down? Is that what followed?
First of all, we're not supposed to refer to the other body, number one, but my understanding that there was a lot of bills.
I can't hear you.
There was a lot of bills that went to the other body that were not acted upon. And the mere fact that they were not acted upon, I wouldn't hold that against the merits of the bill.
Okay.
Thank
you,
related
Mr.
to the
Chairman.
pandemic, so
I understand.
I wouldn't use that as a negative one way or another in this.
I understand better now. Thank you.
Representative Testament.
Just 2 points. One to Representative Marston's thing. If you remember, we got into a third day that we had a lot of bills left undone or not acted on, and we tabled them all. That's because of the pandemic. Let me just remind you, even though we as a body are remiss in not practicing, there's something in the Constitution called a remonstrance. It allows a person who is wronged, or in this case, probably do something, have a person stand in for them, to come before the general court. And we used to be, even though we violate the Constitution, we used to be where people would come saying, I have tried everything else. All these other bodies are not taking heed of me, and I would like you to A, B, C, or D. And that was a legitimate thing. The current speaker and several others are being sued right now by a constituent for not upholding those. So, we're not practicing it now, but there is a way for a person to come before the court. And I don't know how you do it, but it might have been, it wouldn't have been what Rennie was doing.
We got to refer to him as our friend from Hampton or the member from Hampton. I guess I'm looking at it, if anyone has been convicted of witchcraft, I mean, wouldn't it, I understand that in this situation involving this particular person identified in the bill was a horrible situation, but I would say any person convicted of witchcraft would be worthy of an annulment. Which we can do that. I'm just saying by individually identifying a single person, I mean, is witchcraft, I can't believe I'm asking, is witchcraft still a crime under New Hampshire law? Does anyone know the answer to that? Well, we wouldn't be able to annul and not make it, granted, pass a law and not making an annulment for one person. You could do it for, I mean, we've done it for cannabis last term. But, so what no, it's not. I'm just putting that out there. Representative Pratt?
Not to belay this any longer, but that was we were part of Massachusetts when that happened. It was against the law in Massachusetts, and the area this happened was the area of land that this happened in Hampton was part of Massachusetts at the time. I think this happened, so it was a Massachusetts law that was against the law to be witchcraft, to practice witchcraft.
Mind me asking the source of that information? I did not know that. Representative Newman. You're recognized for your parliamentary inquiry.
Well, let me say I have a parliamentary inquiry again because my microphone was not on. And I appreciate the recognition. And I am asking you to clarify for me about the procedures here. I'm not, I think we're in the voting mode because we went right to that without a discussion. We've been discussing things. I just want to know what are the options from here? Are we still in the voting mode? Do we have to take that vote? How do we proceed? Thank you.
There is a motion that has been made, it's been seconded. The question is inexpedient to legislate, and we are currently not in the voting mode. We are debating the topic, and I would say having a healthy discussion doing so. So I don't.
Thank you very much. I misunderstood. I thought you had called the motion, and I apologize for the parliamentary inquiry.
Representative Roy, you have a parliamentary inquiry.
Something like that. Could we possibly change this to a concurrent resolution where we resolve that, in the opinion of the legislature, this person was unjustly convicted without trying to specifically tamper with historical records we have a conviction in Massachusetts, another jurisdiction, and a federal conviction or upheld by the Supreme Court. I'm not even sure if we can do anything with that, but we could make a concurrent resolution whereby we express that this was a wrongful conviction, and we, the legislature, hereby find that these people, something to that effect.
We could certainly do that, and that would accomplish the goal of sending the message.
Right.
And is there any appetite to do anything of that nature? So we have there is a motion that's been made. If it's withdrawn, I would recess, or I would at least adjourn the executive session for the purpose of today to give you time to.
If there's enough appetite, I don't want to. Could we do a straw poll?
Question, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bourdonnais, you recognized?
Yes, can we adjourn, recess from this session with a motion on the floor that we haven't voted on?
The motion would need to be withdrawn first. So that would need to be done. So whoever made said motion would need to withdraw said motion. Representative Roy.
I wish to withdraw my motion of inexpedient to legislate so that we might work on another possible device that accomplishes the same goal.
There you have it. All right. Well, this time I'm now going to close. We will now close the executive.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have to get the second also.
Oh, Representative Burt, was that a point of order that you were trying to make?
Yes.
Whoever seconded the motion, would they wish to withdraw that?
Yes. Yep. I'll follow Representative Roy.
Thank you, Representative Burt. At this time, we will now close, or we'll recess the executive session on House Bill 1127. And we will now be adjourned for the rest of the day. Did you just change our minds again? It happens.